Yeah, just in case for Tugi.
Oh,
Right the buzzer.
yeah. Sorry for being late, boys.
All good.
Oh boy.
You doing all right?
There's still stuff going on with the dog. Um,
Mm.
we have a vet appointment tomorrow, which is why I'm not on cast. But I got like 3 hours of sleep or so, so
Ooh.
yeah, like it would be let her outside for 20 minutes. She barked in, be inside for 5 minutes, and then she'd just be like shaking, full body
Mm.
tremor. She was at the foot of my bed and shaking enough that like was keeping me awake. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but
The couch might be winning tonight.
yeah, yeah, that's a good way to phrase it.
Uh,
So yeah, hopefully we'll get some clarity tomorrow. But for
yeah.
today,
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Everybody, we are both still muted. There you go, Major. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SportsGamer. If you got a little insight to our brief little pregame show there, it's going to be a day in more ways than one. But, Major, we are back. It is our continued coverage of the ECL playoffs, and this time our light division takes center stage as we have the first 3 games of this final, and Setelikerho taking on Sunne IK Esport. And man, what a journey it's been for these two teams to get here so far. And well, in terms of the finals that we've seen so far throughout these tiers, well, these two teams got to put on a show. There's a standard to uphold.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what our series ended up being Sunday and Monday. A 3-1 series comeback led to a great game 7. So, as you mentioned, the standard has been set pretty high here for the light division based on what the core division gave us a couple of days ago. But two spectacular teams, very different journeys that these two have had. Setelikerho obviously being the 18 seed, kind of having to work their way through some of those top teams in the division, while for Sunne IK Esport just continuing that role that they've been on from the regular season, one of those top 4 seeds. This is actually not the first time they've played a double-digit seed either. They did not play a single-digit seed their entire playoff run. So two teams that have had very different paths to get here, but yet here they are at the same destination playing for that light division championship.
Let's take a look at how these two teams got to this point. A look at the brackets as we'll take a look at their journeys here. You mentioned, of course, well, a lower seed, and indeed, for Setelikerho making their way past Kurtamia Vastan and then the number 1 seed in Project X in the semifinals in just 6 games. And on the other side for Sunne IK Esports, making their way past Senioki Noms in the quarterfinal and Pharmaloget in the semifinals, both of those series in just 5 games. So you look at these two teams and you say, well, hey, number 1 seed is out. Highest seed left is still probably the favorite, but as we'll get into with these lineups and just with the momentum that Setelikerho have right now, you never say never, Major. I mean, we've seen it throughout other playoffs as well.
I mean, yeah, and it's really interesting because if you go back to things for Setelikerho, you have to remember, this is a team that was really close to not even making it to this point. In round 1, they got pushed all the way to 7 games in that 15-18 matchup against Macho HC. Ended up pulling their way through, and you see it kind of just carried over. That momentum did, making their way into the quarterfinals and winning, making their way into the semifinals and winning, and then knocking off a really good Project X team that a lot of people had as the favorite there in the semifinals. Well, for Sunne IK Esports, I know a lot of people will probably say, oh, well, look at the teams and the seedings that they've played. You have to remember, the reason that they were able to get that advantage is because of the work they did during the regular season. Those lower seeds always get the higher seeds. It reseeds every single round. So Sunne IK Esport, being that number 4 seed, got to play one of those upset teams that got their way in the round 2 and into the quarterfinals, and then obviously the semifinals. Just kind of worked out that was who was left. So it's going to be interesting to see these two teams, two very different pathways and two different journeys here, but yet the gap between them not very large. So going to be a lot of fun to see who steps up, especially considering, as we said, just like the core division, with how many teams there are in the light division. These are two teams that have not played each other yet this season. So going to be a lot of fun to see how this shapes out.
With that, let's take a look at these two teams and what we'll see here tonight. Again, first 3 games of this or of this final, I should say, here in our light division, of course, as again, you get a look at the lineups that we have now. For Setelikerho, we have Timotei, Kozik, and Antti as the front 3, with Diecutter and Tansky on defense, and Yugi in goal. On the other side, Fortebera, Svana, and Pro Lane, Dafa, Larsson, and Benjamin in goal. And, well, let's take a look at the breakdowns here. We'll start things off with the centers. Of course, in this matchup that ends up being, well, Finnish versus Swedish pretty much across the board. And you get a look at the numbers here so far. And, well, Major, there's probably a couple things that stand out for you. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the points a pretty big differential, 50 to 33 there in favor of Kozak, but interestingly enough, the assists are almost exactly even, 30 to 29. So you kind of talk about Svada. He obviously is someone that's going to be a playmaker and a play driver for this team. Maybe not someone that's going to put the puck on net a whole lot or be a threat in terms of those goal scoring opportunities, but just as important, creating those opportunities. He's been the center of a lot of that so far for the Sunne IK Esports team. So that's going to be interesting. But Tugi, we'd be remiss if we ignored the face-off percentage, 47.9 compared to 0. Now, obviously, not sure how accurate that necessarily is. We'll see how that goes, but it's going to be interesting to see because Kozak at a 47.9 save percentage, that's below that 50% that typically centers want to be hovering around. So the face-off battle, always so important. It's going to be interesting to see how that shapes out.
Take a look next at the winger matchup, as again for Setelikerho, we have Timotei and Antti going up against Foyabera and Prolane. And well, Major, I know, at least for myself, the name that you have to focus on here, it is Antti, with plenty of elite division experience. And well, those numbers really kind of sum up just how important he has been to this lineup really throughout the entirety of the season.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I was doing research on this series a little bit yesterday, and I was looking through the rosters, and when I looked through the Setelikerho team, I saw Antti, and my jaw dropped a little bit because it feels like not that long ago, we were seeing him play in the semifinals in the Elite Division, a really core piece of those Yip Yavaskala teams. Antti was one of the captains of those Yip Yavaskala teams. He's won a Pro Division championship. So I'm not going to lie, when I saw him on the roster, my jaw absolutely dropped. And I looked at the numbers, not surprising at all that he has 39 goals in these playoffs on top of the 43 that you see that he got in the regular season. He's going to be someone that's going to command a lot of attention. But you see Timotei on the other side as well. Also a very good player with a lot of experience. Spent some time with Supernatural in the Pro Division, was successful up there. Forbera and Prolane, two solid forwards, but man, those two wingers on the left side, both dynamic, high-quality scorers with a lot of upper division experience. It's going to be interesting to see if the two on the right for Sunne IK can at least come close and match that level, because that experience, that skill level, playing at that level does mean something, and that carries over no matter what division you're playing in.
Up next, of course, we have the defensive matchup to take a look at. Die Cutter and Tansky, another elite veteran, taking on Dafa and Larsson. And of course, the regular season numbers here, I mean, Major, again, a lot of potential talking points. Can you confirm or deny that Dafa played forward? Because if not, that would be insane.
Yeah, I'll do a little bit of quick research on that. I know the Dafa has played primarily defense in the playoffs. Not too sure about the regular season, but it looks like he did play some center as well. So probably someone that kind of can rotate around, but that could be a key thing. I mean, you have someone back there that can create plays and drive some offense. We've seen that work, especially in NHL 25, where these defensemen are not afraid to move up and try to push the play a little bit, and it's been successful. I mean, somebody that you kind of think about in the Elite Division that's made their bread and butter on that is someone like Teemu. And if Dafa can be that sort of player from that left D side for Sunne IK Esports in a game and in a series where getting those opportunities, creating those opportunities against a really sound, experienced team is going to be important. That could be an added element for Sunne IK offensively. Then you have Lars on the other side, who's been doing a little bit of everything defensively. You see the hits, you see the shots blocked. He's been contributing on the offensive end, maybe not 41 points worth, but still 20 points, with 19 of them being assists. So going to be interesting. And then you have Die Cutter and Tansky, as you mentioned, two guys with elite division experience. Tansky, someone that we're plenty familiar with, and Die Cutter, one of the OGs here at SportsGamer GG, has been playing since ECL 1, used to play with Dynasty and Ridden in the Stars, so I'm talking way, way back in the ECL lore. Two very experienced defensemen that will show up key here for that team today.
Of course, last but not least, it is the battle of the goaltenders before we kick off this series, as we have Yugi and Benjamin going head-to-head here. For me, Benjamin was one of the standout goaltenders of the season in this tier. Talked about him a lot, throughout the weekly basis of the wraparound, of course, and covering all of the leagues. And of course, you got to look there at the regular season numbers. We'll see which one of these two, though, in this 2-day final are able to kind of, really take that next step forward to leading their teams towards a potential championship.
And Tugi, I think the thing that is so interesting, and we don't really see this a lot in the light division, but again, these are two goalies that have elite and pro division experience. I mean, you talked about Benjamin, both of us very familiar with him. He's always someone I've kind of thought personally should be in the elite division, has played well in the elite division before. You look back at some of his time with Edinburgh Hockey and with Unwanted, he had an 80+ save percentage in both of those seasons in that tier. Comes back this season after playing with Sunne IK Esport last year in the pro division, killed it over there. He has always been extremely successful no matter what team he has been on. And you see the 81.9 save percentage in the playoffs, that's gone up to 87. So he's been spectacular. And you look at Jugi, as you mentioned, the captain of this team, played with Supernatural over the past few years. His save percentage has gone up to nearly 85 so far in the playoffs, and he is someone that, once again, has proven time and time again that he can step up and really be someone that can change a game or change a series. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see these two go head-to-head. We've seen plenty of times how goalies can really change series. I think that we could very well have that same case here today.
So again, we are just a few moments away from kicking things off here. As we mentioned, it'll be the first 3 games of this series, this best of 7 here on this broadcast, and it'll finish up tomorrow as we'll be crowning a champion here in our light division. And well, Major, after this, we have just 2 to go, and it's the opposite ends of the spectrum, as this Sunday we'll have our final for our entry-level tier, Tier 5, the Neo Division. We'll be playing a full best of 5 on this upcoming Sunday, and then after that, all eyes are on the Elite Division final. Of course, a 1-day series, the live LAN event at Assembly in Helsinki on the 20th of February. That is a Thursday. Musta Kalta taking on Parasite. And Major, we've talked about this series a lot, right? And kind of what opportunity is there for Musta Kalta in terms of such a fast rise up the ranks. But then we also talk about the flip side and what a team like Parasite have accomplished this year. And perhaps there hasn't been, as much confidence. I'd be intrigued, right? Hey, we've seen the sporting world here, especially on the North American side, taken over by gambling promotions and such. I would be intrigued, though, to see what the betting line would have been for previous finals compared to this one, and just how big a favorites Parasite would be.
Yeah, I would too. So I'm just gonna say, we're not promoting any betting or gambling, but if somebody in the community wants to maybe come up with some stuff like that, could be a fun little addition if someone wants to do that in their free time. But I agree with you there, Tugi. That's very true. And I think that, again, something that is so interesting about this series is that you have the team in Parasite, the powerhouse, one of the favorites coming in, all of the elite division experience, all of the championships between these two teams. If you just count all of the championships from that starting lineup with each player alone, it would be more rings than what you could hold on your 2 hands. Like, that is how stacked that Parasite lineup is. They've played in these big moments. They've played in these LAN events. You have a lot of those players that played in our grand final in the NA versus EU time as well. While here we are with a Musta Kalta team that have never been here before, right? This is their first season in the Elite Division. None of these guys have made a final prior to this season, their first LAN event, and not only are you putting them in that situation with the bright lights, but you're also putting them in against an unstoppable force as well. So, Parasite likely going to be the favorite, and understandably so, but at the end of the day, Tugi, that's why we play the games, that's why we hold these series, and Musta Kalta and Parasite both play a very, very similar play style as well, very fast-paced. They love that chaos, that up-and-down hockey. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, so if you can make it over to Assembly, maybe meet some friends that you've met here in the SportsGamer community, make sure you do that, but if you can't, you definitely do want to tune in here at twitch.tv/SportsGamerGG, because that is going to be a really fun series with plenty of storylines to follow.
Well, you have plenty of time to organize those plans while we wait for that restart. It's nice to, honestly though, it's nice to get it, the issue out of the
Yeah.
way before they get into the game. Saves us a little bit of time. Uh, Knock on wood that it happens before as opposed to during as well. But yeah, indeed, it all, again, when talking about that live final, again, it's going to be very interesting, right? Because we did see in terms of the previous big event at Assembly, members, of course, of that Parasite team taking to that stage, winning the ECL Elite crown, and then, of course, competing in that World Final as well against Entourage. So, I mean, you have that big stage experience for some of those members as well. But I have a hunch. I have a feeling Mustakalta is going to very much enjoy, taking in that underdog role and trying to do what a lot of people don't expect him to be able to do, I would say, and pull off that upset. And we say it all the time. You never say never. In a division like this, we have seen some crazy, crazy results. Of course, not just in the Elite Division, throughout all of these particular tiers. You never quite know what you're going to see. As it is, I mean, this week we've seen a 3-1 series lead turn into a Game 7 loss. I mean, you just never know when it comes to the postseason here. But again, we are looking to get things underway. Game 1 coming up, EA willing, of course. We'll see how that plays out. Again, first 3 games, Setelikerho and Sunne IK Esport going head to head in this one. As again, you talk about how important it is, Major, to get off to a strong start in the series. Granted, we saw a 3-1 comeback, so maybe not always, but it is still typically important to get off to a very good start. And we'll see which one of these teams can do so here in this one. Again, Setelikerho, Sunne IK Esport, our light division final, tier 3. Nearly time to crown a champion, and one of these teams will be that much closer after our 3 games here tonight. Major, this should be a fun one.
Yeah, and again, what always makes these series so fun, like you mentioned, is right at this beginning, because these 2 teams haven't played yet. So there's kind of that feel-out period. You kind of see how the game and the series develops over time. At Game 1, as you mentioned, is not everything, but it can be important to setting the momentum. And boy, Sunne not wasting any time, already getting an opportunity there.
Yeah, the hit post off the shot from Larson doesn't quite find its way home. A wake-up call. The opposition, of course, we're watching from the Sunne perspective here. Home side for this one. They're able to find their way through. Not able to do so as Tonski's able to recover. Trying to lead things down the other way. Takes a hit. A little bit of space now. Oyabera, a shot on and a glove save. And Yugi's forced to cover.
This is a perfect start here for Sunne. The aggressors on the offensive end getting some opportunities, and we're not letting Setelikerho so far really get much of anything so far to counter with. So we talked about setting that momentum early in the series and trying to kind of establish your game style. Sunne right now doing exactly that, establishing pressure and making Setelikerho really work.
Off face off, scramble for the box. Fawn of the centering feed. Good look there. He's still in on the attack. Contact there to knock it loose. Try to work their way through. Some offensive zone time and just nowhere to go. Pro Lane with a great poke check. Onside here, but just swarming at the blue line. Setelikerho just nowhere to go once they do gain the zone. A nice equalizing effort there.
Yeah, Sunne just eating up so much space right now. Setelikerho, they just don't have really any room to break past the blue line cleanly to create a chance.
Pass back to the point is off the mark. We'll go all the way back down. See what this attempt looks like to gain the zone. Oyabera had a great chance there. Pro Lane throws one on. It's denied. Dumps this one in, takes another big hit for his effort. Effort, a strong one there. Starting to again quickly gather up possession into the attacking zone. Away in the centering speed to Svana. Backdoor pass, holds on to it. Back to the point, D to D. Awkward moment there, but they maintain possession. Hit there in the corner by Tonski. Walk back to Antti over the line. Holds on to it. The spin, looking, and runs into Larson, who's able to take it away. And offside is the call here. Managing shots, though, still 3-0 for Sunne at this point.
Yeah, and it feels like defense has really been king for Sunne so far. They just haven't really allowed Setelikerho to get much going because they're eating up all of the space for those passing lanes. You're seeing that within their breakouts. Once again, they get right past the blue line, but they only are in the zone for about 5 seconds. They just kind of skate through that stick and disrupt the play to not allow them to set anything up.
4 minutes to go here in the first period. Towards goal, bounces back. Into trouble. Duke is able to hold on.
I mean, we've seen worse goals than that go in, so that could have been a very dangerous opportunity there against Setelikerho, but Sunne right now with an opportunity to maybe get something going in the offensive zone again.
Nice pick off by Antti. And Sunne quickly back in control. Long, not able to find a pass that time. As Timotei gets the puck back again. Loses it in the double team pressure. Foot race for the puck. They better trying to find a bit of space. Defense able to get to him. For the final minute of this opening frame. One more chance here. As Dafa's able to gain the line. It's wiped out by Tonski. 4 seconds. Antti to work. Tries to go across. A good interception. A scoreless first period, but Sunne IK Esport, the only chances really of the period. Setelikerho without a shot, which is Major just totally catching me off guard, to be honest. I mean, we talked about that offensive firepower. Well, struggled to find their chances, and as we saw there by the replay, nearly surrendered that first goal.
Yeah, and really surprising to see them struggling on the offensive end as much as they are. And I think the craziest part about it is that it's not even just that they aren't getting shots on net. They aren't getting shot attempts. And look, if anyone in EA is listening, if you had to add a stat, I really wish shot attempts would be one on there. I would love to know how many Setelikerho have so far in this game. I can't count, but maybe 1 or 2, and I think it might have been that last shot attempt that they had right before the end of the period. So there just hasn't really been a lot of room for them to operate. While for Sunne on the other end, they've had 4 shots, but other than that tip play right at the beginning of the game, none of them really overly dangerous. So we kind of talked about that feel-out period. The defense has been plenty locked in on both sides. It's really the offense is trying to find the rhythm and trying to see what can work and what can they do to maybe break something open against the other side.
The second period gets underway. As always, the action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lockritzy. It is game number 1 of the 3 that we'll be covering in this best of 7 series here on this broadcast. Setelikerho go head-to-head. Sunne IK Esport looking to crown a champion of our 3rd tier, the light division. This month we have all 5 of our tiers wrapping up their winter campaigns. Pass back across. Of course, we've already seen Blackbirds be crowned champions of the Pro Division. Some reception there. Silver Sword Griffins as well, champions of the core tier. After this series, that leaves just Neo and Elite. The Neo final this Sunday. Base here's for Svana. He just breaks through and he scores. Well, no need for a penalty shot, Major. He'll just take care of it himself.
Yeah, and he just split right down the middle of the 2 defenders. I mean, you talk about gap control. That is a bad example of gap control right there. I mean, just kind of part it like the Red Sea there. Svana right down the middle leads to a one-on-one with Jugi, and that's a tough play to ask your goaltender to stop on that breakaway. And unfortunately for Setelikerho, he's not able to, but nice job there from Svana, taking advantage of that speed, recognizing the gap, capitalizing on it, and then putting it in the back of the net despite that trip. Would have been a penalty shot, but needs a penalty shot when you can just get it right in on the breakaway. A 1-0 lead, and Sunne start the scoring for this finals.
Goal for Svana to kick off the scoring. They might not be done for you, Bear. A great chance. This pro lane got a piece of it as well. Just too sharp of an angle. Nowhere. Ozik to go, and Erho still looking for their first shot on goal of this game. Ozik back. I cutter over the line, tries to find Tansky. Where to go? They do keep it alive. Walk below the goal line. Okay, back to the point. Out of the one-timer for Auntie, and there is their first shot. Good save by Benjamin.
You saw Setelikerho, they were searching for any kind of space. That's the first opportunity they've really been able to create. Those are the sorts of plays that they've been looking for, but when they have it in the offensive zone, if Sunne IK Esport are going to continue to hound them, that was a dangerous chance right there. They're going to have to maybe start to try to just pound some shots on them, maybe see if they can get something dirty, because the spacing has not been there, and with the way this game is trending, I don't know if it's just going to magically open up, so you wonder if there might be a little bit of a strategic shift for the type of offense they roll for as this game goes along.
Sunne on the counterattack here. Lane trying to hold on to it. Down the board for Svana. Whoever's there to help take it away. Pass that's just completely off the mark. Svana able to recover below the goal line. Tried to find the one-timer in the slot. Defense was there. Timotei below the goal line. Got it back, but had it poked away. Great effort there. Better, but again, forced to slow down a little bit. Start to this first game it has been for Sunne, of course, now in the lead. Better back to the point. The pass in front, just pinballs around. As Auntie holds up, goes across. Shot from the point, they score! The deflection in front, and, well, Major, you called it. Shots on goal. Good things can happen, and Kozik starts things off.
And it all was from a really solid, quick passing play. They broke in well, as there was a little bit of an odd man rush-esque situation. Sunne did a good job of recovering enough to not allow the original shot on, but Setelikerho did a nice job and a better job of not forcing it forward. They passed it back, used that quick passing play, got the win. Just like we were talking about before that play, shots on net can reward you. They get that shot on, a nice job getting in front to get that tip. Difficult play for a goalie to stop, and Setelikerho exactly what the doctor ordered right there.
This game is now tied at 1.Onsky for Auntie, the feed in front. Kozik one more time. Bear, the centering feed, they score. As Dafa found himself in the slot, and they get the goal right back.
And we talked about Dafa, the left defender for Sunne. He's someone that is a very good offensive threat, plays forward along with defense, and he's someone that you got to look out for and account for on the offensive end. And as you see, Setelikerho learning the hard way why that is. He creeps up in there, right place, right time. Nice set play off of some, again, really quick passing, and it turns into a goal for Sunne IK. And interesting, too, you went from a defensive stalemate to all of a sudden the offense is flexing their muscles here in the last few minutes.
Let's see what the next twist of the tail is here. 90 seconds to go here in the second period. Puck held in the corner. Had to go. Extra pass. Couldn't find it. The barrel will drop this one back. Sunne trying to find a little bit of space here. Sunne in the corner. Still has it, but just hounded. And ultimately nowhere to go. So quite the turn of events in the second period. Goals on the board. It's a 2-1 lead for Sunne heading into the third period.
Yeah, and a well-deserved lead, I would say, as well for Sunne. Great defensive work, only allowing 2 shots on net when they've been in the offensive zone. They've been able to find better opportunities, I think, as this game has started to go along. But the most impressive thing is just, I think, again, just some of the quick passing plays that I think we've seen from these teams on their last 2 goals. Is we get a look at each of those 3 goals. Started out with that breakaway, and I think this one, again, was more of a defensive lapse from Setelikerho. Sunne just, I mean, came in pretty much unannounced. The gate was wide open for him to press through that middle and get that breakaway opportunity that led to the goal. But then Setelikerho with that nice quick passing play, as we mentioned, those are the types of plays that they've been trying to look for, but they've been kind of spread out. That time, all 5 are kind of close together. It made it difficult for Sunne to really respond to it, and then it led to that goal. And obviously, we're on the other end, Sunne score on a similar play to the defender.
Here we go. Third period underway. See if there is another goal, who it will be for. Drastically change the outlook of this one. Monty over the line, quickly stripped of the puck. Rivera held up the slap shot from the point, ended up on goal. Dafa continues to look dangerous.
Like we said, he's an X factor for this team back there on defense. We've seen it more and more, I think, in NHL 25 than we have in other games. Defenders being really dangerous offensive threats and being willing to step up in the play. There's few players in this division that have that ability like Dafa, and he has really shown it off here in this game 1.
The puck held in. Another shot from Dafa. Save made as Setelikerho not able to gain the line, and they have a little bit of trouble here for Rivera. The shot and a big glove save. And another close call for that defense.
Yeah, and you see Setelikerho, they're going to have to call a timeout because the energy and the stamina going to hit them, as well as that potential full pressure meter. And man, you got to wonder for Setelikerho, what do you got to do to maybe change momentum? You're not getting a whole lot of offensive generation, and now Sunne, they're getting more and more comfortable, and that's the second time that we've seen the defense break down and lead to a breakaway opportunity. Luckily for Setelikerho, Yugi able to kind of bail them out there, but boy, as you mentioned, Tugi, that's kind of playing with fire. The more you allow those opportunities, the higher the chance that one of them are going to go in. That's why this game is 2-1 right now. I think Setelikerho are going to have to keep an eye on in this series.
Off the face-off. Kozik, but again, trouble trying to get through the neutral zone. They back in on the attack. There to the point. Off of the one-timer. Big save again. Here we go. Space on the counterattack, and with speed, the feed in front, they score. Kozik finds the back of the net for the second time in this game. And that counterattack was from basically out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really quick 3-on-2. Went from Sunne looking like they had a really good offensive possession and even got a shot off with that one-timer from the point, but they weren't really ready to get back. It all happened so fast, and Setelikerho created the 3-on-2. Again, a nice, quick passing play between the 3 forwards. That's where Setelikerho have been at their best. With both of their goals, it's from quick passing to where it's difficult to keep with that puck. They get the opportunity, beat Benjamin, and despite having just 3 shots on net, Setelikerho find themselves in a tie game at 2.
Sunne back in on the attack. They found a quick response. Last time Setelikerho were able to strike as Rivera denied on the one-timer.
I think for Sunne, you really don't feel overly worried. Obviously, you hate that you're in this situation, but you're still dominating the play and getting most of the opportunities. You kind of just have to keep on working, but again, watching out for those transition plays, that's where Setelikerho have made their money. They're going to have to look out on that.
their way through the neutral zone. They've had troubles with it throughout the game. As Timotei sends this one down low. Kozik to go. Pick off by Antti. Keep possession. Poke check at the blue line yet again. Rivera takes the hit. Anna tries the jam play. Tonski's able to recover. The outlet pass disrupted. Timotei is onside. Back for Tonski. Throws one on. Deflected into traffic. Wraparound is rejected. Timotei tried to get a shot on. A good follow-up poke after it was blocked. Battled on in the corner, but Sunne able to recover. 8.5 minutes left here in the third. Now a tie game. The outlet for Timotei. He's onside, and he scores! The counterattack. Shining once again, and the first lead of this game for Setelikerho. I mean, Major, what a turnaround.
Yeah, and I mean, Timotei, he was all alone over at that left wing side. We haven't seen either team even attempt that play throughout this game. They weren't expecting it all, and Setelikerho pull it out at the keyest of key moments. Beautiful job there, and as you mentioned, the counterattack in the transition play, Setelikerho have not been able to create much outside of that, but every single time they've had those counterattacks, every single time they've had the advantage in transition, they've been able to turn it into a goal-scoring opportunity, and it alone gives them a lead here now late in the third period. Stunning stuff.
Under 7 minutes left. Sunne trailing for the first time in this game. Space for Spawn on the one-timer. Doesn't go. Continue to look for Foyabera on those attempts. Puck dumped in. Timotei able to hold on to it. Lane back over for Dafa. Step in. Forwards covering for him on the backtrack, but here's Timotei centering feed, and that one kept out. Crucial stop. Low shot on. No rebound. Miyuki, 3:21 to go.
And if you're Sunne, I think now the aggression starts to ramp up to where you're just throwing everything you can here over his last 3:21. But the biggest thing, you cannot allow that quick counterattack again. That's where Setelikerho have hurt them. It doesn't look like they're trying to hold back at all. So they're going to have to keep an eye on that. They can't allow this next goal to go in on them.
Let the wraparound bid as Timotei got wiped out. Over the line with speed. Svana holds up, throws it into the middle. Big save. Another one thrown towards net. Defense recovers. 1 minute to go in the third period of game number one. Timotei, the one-timer. Benjamin, a phenomenal save. Both goaltenders doing their best to keep this scoreline intact.
Oh man, they have been stellar. We said the goalies would be a key story in this series, and that has lived up to its name so far. Still 50 seconds left, though. That's not going to be the only big save required, I feel like, in this one.
Arslan's able to recover. Back to the point. The one-timer. Wide second chance is stopped. Scramble for the puck. Dafa. Foyabera over the line. Takes the hit. Help is there. Back of the net. The centering feed doesn't go. Larson at the point. One-timer deflects away. Foyabera hits the outside of the post. One more chance. And that will do it. As a somewhat surprising result, given the offensive struggles to the first two periods. But Setelikerho take game one, 3-2, the final score.
Yeah, and I mean, Tugi, based on what we saw from those first two periods, I gotta be honest with you, I didn't see this one coming. I mean, we all know what the Setelikerho team can do. We all know the experience that they have, but Sunne, quite frankly, were dominating this game for the first 40 to 45 minutes. They had all the time on attack. They had all of the opportunities. I mean, 3 of their 4 shots were goals to start this game. It wasn't really until the mid-late part of the third period where Setelikerho really was able to open things up for themselves. But yet, the one play that I think changed this game that people might forget, Jugi on that breakaway save. Sunne was up by 1, they had the advantage, and Jugi was able to make a massive save, a glove save on a breakaway, and that led to Setelikerho on the other end getting that massive runoff. And I mean, you see the stats, 6 shots to 17, and yes, the team with 6 shots that wins the game. Absolutely amazing just how that worked out the way it did, and it was really all on the counterattack and in transition where Setelikerho was able to make those plays happen. So may have not been their prettiest performance, but they got the job done. And man, for Sunne, that has got to be a crusher, knowing that you played so well throughout this game, and yet it still wasn't enough to give you a Game 1 victory.
As we get a look here at, well, a pretty close call at the line, to say the least. But again, Game 1 to, well, by definition, the underdog in this series, the lower seed, as Timotei secures the game-clinching goal that you saw there, and just how close of a chance it was. And right here, the post hit. It wasn't even the outside of the post. Off the back end of the blocker and up into the air. It looked like... Major, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll say this. That last goal, you mentioned it, Tugi. That was awful close there to an offside. I mean, if there were challenges in this game, Sunne, I think, would have had a pretty good case there. But, as you mentioned, it's just crazy how games can be a game of inches. I mean, Setelikerho being just inches away from being offsides, and then Sunne on that one, inches away from a goal, but as you mentioned, just kind of hitting off of that part of the blocker and rolling up. That's how close these games can often be decided. So we're in for a good one, man. If we have games like that throughout the series where it's that back and forth and you have 2 very contrasting styles, this one's going to be a really, really fun one to watch, because those are the series that typically end up being the most memorable. We saw some memorable moments on Monday. We could be shaping up here for more over the next 2 days.
That is just Game 1 of 3 for this broadcast in the books. Game 2 coming up. We'll see if Sunne IK Esport can bounce back here, or if all of a sudden we'll have a very surprising 2-0 series lead. Time will tell. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Kind of see how the game and the series develops over time. At Game 1, as you mentioned, is not everything, but it can be important to setting them on things so far to counter with. So we talked about setting that momentum early in the series and trying to kind of establish your game style. Sunne right now.
4 minutes to go here in the first period. Court's goal bounces back. It's wiped out by Tanski. 4 seconds. Antti to work, tries to go across. A good interception for Sunne to kick off the scoring. They might not be done for you, but a great chance. It's right below the goal line. And back to the point. Kind of the one-timer for Antti, and there is their first shot. As Antti holds up, goes across. From the point, they score.
Nice job and a better job of not forcing it forward. They passed it back, used that quick passing play, got the win. Just like we were talking about before that play, shots on net.
The centering feed, they score.
Offensive threat, plays forward along with defense, and he's someone that you got to look out for and account for on the offensive end. And as you see, Setelikerho learning the hard way why that
line quickly stripped the puck. Vera held up, he slapped drop shot from the point, ended up on goal. Setelikerho not able to gain the line, and they have a little bit of trouble here for Rivera. The shot and a big glove save. One-timer, big save again. Here we go. Space on the counterattack, and with speed, the feed in front, they score.
I mean, that was a really quick 3-on-2. Went from Sunne looking like they had a really good offensive possession and even got a shot off with that one-timer from the point, but
back for Tonski, throws one on, deflected into traffic, wraparound is rejected. Dealt with for Timotei. He's onside, and he scores! It's covering for him on the backtrack, but here's Timotei centering feed, and that one kept out. Both goaltenders doing their best to keep this scoreline intact. The cover. Back to the point, the one-timer. Wide second chance. Hey, Rivera hits the outside of the post. One more chance, and that will do it.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Everybody, we are back, and as you can see, the teams have taken to the ice. It is just about time. Game number 2 of our light division final. This isn't a chance there early on, and a goal early on. Well, how do you like that in terms of a way to kick off game number 2 as Sunne opens the scoring for the second straight game?
Yeah, and I was wondering how Sunne was going to respond after that tough game 1 loss where they played so well but still fell short, and their response not even taking 2 minutes to coordinate. They get that first goal, as you mentioned. Svana starting the scoring in game 1, starts it again in game 2. Man, that is exactly what you want to see if you're Sunne coming off of a rough loss. You're trying to bounce back. You know you can't really afford to go down 2-0 realistically, and here they go again.
A shot, a great chance that ends up out of play. In game 2 of this best of 7, and Anna kicks things off in style one more time. As a stretch pass, space for Timotei, not able to recover it.
The plays that Sunne are going to have to keep a track of, though. They've gotten beaten a few times on those transition plays, and Setelikerho, they have really beaten them on it so far. It's what burned them in game 1.
I cut a shot from the point, the rebound. Kosic trying to fight for it. Timotei can't hold on to it. Setelikerho not liking what they saw there. Antti quickly back in. Nice move. As I cutter at the point, trying to hold on. He was pinching in. Now Tonski, trouble. One-timer and a good stop by Benjamin. Tonski back for Antti. Down low with the captain. Antti tried the wrap, couldn't get it.
Wouldn't have mind seeing the reset to Dafa there, but it doesn't kill Sunne.
He's moved by Svana. He scores again. What a start here in game 2. And an early 2-0 lead.
Needs resets, Tsugi. Who needs them when you can just get the puck right back and then go on the other end and score? Who needs resets? And you talked about Svana getting that first goal. What a beautiful spin move to be able to evade the defender there, creates that space, puts that shot on net. We don't typically see that shot, the same handedness, going for that top corner closest to you, picks it perfectly over on that blocker side. And Svana, he has really emerged in this series. He's been a world of trouble for Setelikerho to really keep a containment of, and here he is with 2 goals already, and Sunne with a 2-goal advantage because of him.
2 shots, 2 goals within the first 7 minutes. They get that insurance marker that they could not find throughout game number 1. End up getting caught as a result. Offside here on this attempt.
You know, Tugi, we talk about it all the time with these series, to expect the unexpected. Remember when Svana, when we were looking at the center matchup, 4 goals in the regular season? He already has 3 in the first 4 periods of the series alone. It just goes to show you, you never know what you're going to get until the puck is dropped.
We are just about halfway through the first period. Long way to go in this one. Sunne not able to time it at the line. Kosic stepping in, drops back. Antti for Timotei, couldn't get all of that shot. Kick off there, though. By Kosic, back to Timotei. He's able to maintain his stride. Reverses. Antti looking back for Timotei. In front, glove save for Benjamin. Another example of just not being able to get as much power on that shot as they were looking for.
Yeah, you'd think with a little more power that could maybe have tested that glove hand of Benjamin a little bit more. Maybe he got about 60% of that he wanted.
Scramble off the draw. Cutter tries to throw it on. Good block. Line, Antti. Or Timotei wanted to go. Cutter at the point. Miscommunication. Tonski will recover. Dumped into that far side corner. Well done. Now back again. That one poke checked. Space here. Defense able to take it away. There's Tonski for Antti. One-timer, they score! They looked for it a few times. Timotei makes no mistake. It's a one-goal game. He just either stepped away or might be muted. We'll see. As he made the mistake that I so often do.
Yeah, I was muted there too, Gee. Thank you for pointing that one out. But, you know, as you mentioned, Setelikerho, they've been looking for that one-time play, and they were finally able to get it opened up. Sunne have been doing such a good job of really just taking away space, but you saw right there, everyone pretty much committed to the middle of the ice. No one really at that left face-off circle, left Timotei wide open there to rip that one-timer off, and Benjamin just not able to save it. So a nice job from Setelikerho to create that play, while for Sunne, just got a little bit lost there, forgot about that one-time threat over at that left side, and it hurts him for a goal.
Setelikerho continuing, though, to do well. Finding goals. I mean, granted, they had the advantage in shots here, but making the most out of the limited chances. Final 30 seconds of the first here. And off for Antti. He had nowhere to go. Final 3 seconds. And he's perfectly fine with carrying the 1-goal lead into the second period.
Yeah, and quite a back and forth period that we saw there. Sunne with the quick start, but then Setelikerho able to get a much needed goal to end the period with that one-timer that we talked about just at the end. So interesting to see how this has gone. I mean, Sunne have continued to do a good job, I feel like, outside of that one play of trying to take away space, but I would also say Setelikerho have done a better job of adjusting, since that one-timer hasn't been there all that often, of trying to find some more opportunities. While for Sunne, they've been more kind of taking advantage of their opportunities and getting some things on some counterattacks and things of that nature. It's going to be interesting to see how this next period goes, because of the way this game is kind of shifted in the opposite direction. Now it's been more Setelikerho dominating the possession and Sunne just being more or less opportunistic. So similar to game one, but instead the roles of the story have kind of reversed a little bit between these two teams.
We get another look there at the opening goal. Again, just 32 seconds into the period. And this one right here, the spin, fake to the backhand. We're not going to see the rest of it, but then tucks it short side. Great individual effort from Sunne, but his team now only leading by 1. The second period begins. I just want to shout out our friends at Kovalan Lakritsi. Of course, it is game 2 of our third tier, the Light Division Finals. Setelikerho goes a one-on-one with Sunne IK Esport. Try to find a little bit of space here. And in the corner. Centering feed just out of the reach of Timotei. Space down the other way. Pro lane trying to hold on to this one. Centering feed was there. I think it caught Foyabera off guard with just how unlikely it was that puck got to him, but it got to him cleanly at that.
Yeah, I don't think he expected that one to go right to his tape the way it did. Caught him off guard, and he couldn't take advantage. It was such a quickly developing play, too. A nice attempt there from Sunne.
Puck down low. Sunne again, another dangerous chance. So we look to get things going here. Ace again for Pro Lane on that right side. Back. This one's there. The shot off a leg in front. Now Antti trying to work his way through, and a couple looks to the first 8 minutes or so, but these teams for the most part neutralizing. And Sunne tried the net drive, couldn't hold on to it. Down low, back in front. It goes all the way to Tonski at the point. One-timer deflection, scores! But it's being waved off. Get another look at it.
Stick, maybe?
Maybe, yeah. I thought initially it might have been Timotei for a bit of contact with the goalie, but...
Yeah, I saw that tip attempt. They went pretty high on it, but they're going to say no goal regardless. And I was going to say that's a nice setup play there by Setelikerho. A lot of traffic in front to put that shot on. You might be able to get a fortunate bounce, but unfortunately that's going to be waved off for him and not going to count the tie game.
2-1 is our score line as we continue on. Controversial call there, perhaps. Time will tell. Onski's shot. Find its intended target. Lane up ahead. Oliveira bumped off the puck. High press here. Sunne Tonski avoids the pressure. Kozik able to recover. Not able to hold on to it in the corner. And the counterattack quickly taken away. Nice job. Back cutter there. Tonski's pass intercepted as well to win it back. A lot of quick possession changes in the neutral zone right now. Tonski again tries to get it up to Timotei and just no space to be found.
Yeah, this is a much different period from what we saw in the first, where both sides were kind of getting their opportunities.
And out of nowhere, the wraparound goal. Pro Lane finds the back of the nets. And that trend, Major, continues of just stalemate, quick counterattack goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too, because it feels like, again, the roles from the first game have kind of reversed, where it was Sunne in game one that were, you know, able to get the better of the sustained opportunities and sustained attack time, and Setelikerho were the ones just kind of countering and capitalizing on those counterattacks. Now it's Sunne that's doing that. I mean, they don't have many shots on net, 4 on net, but 3 goals. That's the exact same that Setelikerho had in game one. So, again, just quick chances that are coming at the blink of an eye, and they're being turned into goals. Really crazy how these first couple of periods of this game have really gone, and how it's almost kind of mirroring the way that game one went as well.
Good chance there. 3 minutes left now in the period. Let's get a one-timer for Timotei. Good save as the puck deflects up and out of play.
And, you know, it feels good for Benjamin to be able to get a few of those saves. Only had 3 saves in game one on 6 shots. Granted, the goals he allowed, not much he could have done about them, but as a goaltender, you see that puck go past you on limited opportunities. It can be discouraging. Got to be encouraging for him to play the way he is in game 2 right now.
Onski. There he's in. Puck down low again. Ends up on goal. Benjamin forced to cover. Final moments here of the second period. 1:16 to go. Face off. Antti has it knocked away. Covered by Timotei. Good poke check by Dafa to knock it loose. Pro Lane up ahead. Face on the cut in. Broken up. One more chance here. Erho over the line. Timotei trying to hold. A scramble forward. Ends up on goal. And in the back of the nets. It'll be an own goal with 1 second to go in the period. And maybe, just maybe, Major, as they say, fuck don't lie, off that called off goal earlier, it's a 1-goal game heading into the third period.
Yeah, I know Sunne's not going to like that one, but I think Setelikerho, they're going to feel, you know, vindicated after that first goal got called off that looked like it would have been their second goal of the game, and here they are at a 1-goal deficit now, and we'll get another look at that. Looked rather harmless, and you see just trying to pick that puck up, kill off the next 1.4 seconds. I believe that was Forbera that was there, and unfortunately for Sunne, goes into the back of their own net, and all of a sudden, Tugi, an own goal completely changes the complexion of this third period. Sunne goes from having a 2-goal lead and, feeling not comfortable, but relatively good about where they are, to now it being a 1-goal game all over again, and things being rather tight now.
One more look at the own goal that makes things a little bit more interesting, just a bit. Heading into this third period. And we'll still have game 3 to go on this broadcast before this series continues tomorrow. Onsky in control here. Movement over to the far side. Kozek, nowhere to go. Good hit, but a scramble for the puck that Svana came up with. Rocketed towards goal. Yugi plays it out, but into the hands of the opposition. One-timer just wide of the post. It was for Rivera.
Boy, if you blinked, you missed that shot. That was a rocket.
All the power in the world, just not enough accuracy, and gonna be frustrated with that one. The one-timer there, and a good save by Benjamin. Another quick counterattack.
Yeah, that's really becoming, I think, the story of the series. Just the counterattack opportunity. Setelikerho were the ones to get them in game 1. Sunne have been the ones to get them so far here in game 2, but that's become the best way to score so far in this series. Those quick chances, and here's Sunne with one now.
Lane tries the short side. Good stop. Teams with some chances here in this period. Let's see if there is one more goal in this game. Who it will be for. It'll drastically change the outlook. Either way. Rivera nowhere to go. Onsky for Timotei. Back to the point. Save, second chance. Third opportunity kept out. What an effort by Benjamin to keep Sunne IK Esport up by 1.
Play of the day so far, especially if Sunne can hold on to this lead. That is a massive set of saves.
There's space now for Rivera over the line. Just down low to pro lane. On the wraparound earlier, they score! A slick feed to the goal mouth. Sunne IK Esport up by 2 after a set of phenomenal saves by Benjamin down the other way.
Big saves lead to big plays that lead to big goals, and that's exactly what happened for Sunne. Benjamin with, I think, 3 saves in about 10 seconds there. One of them, the last one, seemed like that was going to be a sure goal for Setelikerho, but Benjamin makes the play. Sunne counters on the other end. They get a good look, and they capitalize on it. That's why goaltending is so critical in these games, because it can turn into a massive play on the other end. That goes from it being a 3-3 game to a 4-2 lead with just half the third period to go.
What a back and forth game this has been, but a rare 2-goal lead. Back here with 9 minutes to go. Tonski sends this one in. Timotei comes up with it. Timotei to Antti. Couldn't get that one-time attempt on goal. The bear up ahead. Good, quick movement here. The lane tried to cut back. Now Tonski for Kozek. Just getting nowhere to go. They are offside.
And now for Setelikerho, it's kind of do or die time, right? Just a little bit under 7 minutes to go. You're down by 2 goals, and you're going to have to try to find them rather quickly in a game that opportunities have not necessarily been plentiful for either side. So you got to wonder maybe when the desperation starts to creep in a little bit here with a multiple goal lead.
And Major, they just don't want you to get a word in edgewise, do they? This game is back a 1-goal differential as Kozik finds the back of the net one more time. A look at that deflection and no reversal this time.
Yeah, that looked like the exact same play as the one that got reversed earlier. A high deflection that beats Benjamin. And I mean, like you said, Tugi, it feels like whenever one of us say something, they kind of just go and score. And it's interesting because it's been such a back and forth game, but I guess you can't be too surprised, right? All of the opportunities, all of the goals that have been scored have been pretty much out of nowhere. So you can't be too surprised by it. And now things get interesting here in this last 5.5.
Over the line. Timotei. Back for Cutter. One-timer, they score! Out of nowhere, this game is tied at 4 goals apiece.
And there's that one-timer that Setelikerho have been looking for all night long. They haven't always been able to hit it, but when they have, it has led to that right there, a massive, massive goal. And all of a sudden, Sunne, from up to all the momentum on their side to now being in a tie situation. How about this? That's Antti. We've not called his name, I don't think, at all today, but he steps up in a really big moment and ties this game up at the 5-minute mark.
4.5 minutes left in this game. A crazy back and forth. Libero tries to go down low. Tonski broke it up. Chance for Svana, the quick pass. One-timer was rejected by the defender. Could very well be next goal wins at this stage, but offside here.
And obviously you don't want to start getting too ahead of yourself or thinking too big picture, but how big is this next 239 plus for Sunne? If you go down 2-0, that makes game 3 pretty much a must win. So this is going to be a massive 2.5 minutes upcoming here for both sides.
Good interception there. Anna up ahead. Daffa steps in. Save with the blocker. As the quick out. Good read. Larson to take that one away. Anna back to him. The shot deflects. May have clipped the outside of the post. As Kozik back over. Timotei tries to gain the zone cleanly. Can't do it. Antti's there to win it back. Timotei, the cut to the front. Would not find a way to tuck it home. Over the line now. Svana just trying to drive towards goal one more time. Defense had it covered. What a stretch pass! Kozik saved by Benjamin! A 10 out of 10 pass, an 11 out of 10 save. Giving up 4 goals in this game, but a lesser goalie, it might be 10. Speaking of 10, less than 10 seconds to go. Timotei stripped of the puck. And Sunne seem more than content to head to overtime here in game 2. 8 goals between the two teams, not enough to decide this game.
I mean, when you just had that happen, I'd be content with overtime too. I'd be praying and thanking the Lord for overtime. I mean, that is an insane save from Benjamin on that play. I mean, that looked like that was no question the game-winning goal there from Setelikerho. But yet, once again, Benjamin steps up, makes a gigantic play, a near impossible. I mean, Tugi, you said it perfectly. A 10 out of 10 pass, but an 11 out of 10 save. I don't think you could describe that more perfectly. But we talked about it in this overtime. It's going to continue. This is a massive overtime period for Sunne. And, you know, obviously you don't want to put too much pressure on a team in game 2, but you dropped this game after having a 2-goal lead 2 different times. You dropped game 1 when you probably played better and couldn't get that one done. You go down 2-0 in this series, all of a sudden game 3 is looking quite scary and is pretty much in a must-win situation. So this is a big overtime period for Sunne. Setelikerho have the opportunity to really take a stranglehold on this series if they can get the next goal.
Here we go. Overtime as the third period was not enough to decide this one. It'll be a 1-1 split or a 2-0 series lead. Setelikerho as they are over the line here. Taken away, though. Lane back in front. Nice poke check to knock it loose for Yabera. With Larzon here, now down low. Lane defense is there. Job by Timotei to help out. We have the all-Finnish lineup against the all-Swedish lineup in this one. Offside here. It's just crazy to think. 4 goals, not enough to win for either side.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting, too, because all we've talked about was just how it's been a bit of a neutral zone battle, and really the games are being won and lost on quick counterattacks, but yet you wouldn't think it with 4 goals apiece.
Shot taken to the chest. He's able to hold on and cover.
And, you know, speaking of the counterattack, too, I can't help but to go back to that save from Benjamin. That was a slap shot play, the same play that won Setelikerho game number 1. That's going to be something to look out for. I wouldn't be surprised to see them potentially go for it again here.
Tonski leading the way through the neutral zone. Dumped to that far side corner. Able to time it with the forwards. Anna over the line. Dumps it in. Indeed, intercepted.
Ooh. Penalty.
Kozik, and indeed a delayed call here. First penalty. What a poke check to deny Antti the chance. Well, dangerous the short side. Stopped by Benjamin. Extra attacker is out. Ski down low. Wrap around bid. Benjamin the save, but the power play coming up here. Lane, the right winger, heads to the box. That fraction there.
And this is interesting, Tugi, because this is the first time we've seen either special teams come out in this series so far. Sunne, as a penalty kill, they were below average. They were 70% during the regular season. So this is an opportunity here for Setelikerho, who had a 27% power play during the regular season to maybe find that goal with the man advantage.
They're out there. Of course, to paddle that one away. Setelikerho over the line, trying to get established. Quick one-timer, misses wide. Puck not cleared out. A mistake. A shot blocked by his own man in front. Job by Timotei to step up and keep it alive. Back for Antti. Draws another penalty. Anski steps in, sends it across. Antti for Cutter at the point. One-timer, just too sharp of an angle. Second chance. Tonski sent it back across. And finally, Sunne is able to get a piece of it. Before Abera heading to the box, we are going to see a timeout here to wipe out that full pressure.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that Sunne has to call a timeout here, not just to wipe off the full pressure, but you're already gassed because you've been stuck in your own zone and you're shorthanded. And, you know, you mentioned it, Tugi, a mistake from Sunne, not able to get the puck out, and they never were able to do so again. That's what ended up leading to that penalty. And that is the number one key for any penalty kill. You have to get it out of your own zone, to not just kill off that time, but to kill off the threat of a scoring opportunity. And since Sunne weren't able to do that, Setelikerho just kept pushing. They kept pushing. They kept applying pressure. And sooner or later, that led to a mistake there made by Sunne. So now you go from a 5-on-4 to a 5-on-3 penalty kill. And Setelikerho, this is your golden opportunity. If you want to win this game, you might not see a better opportunity than right here, right now.
Face off. Antti in control. The chance. Battled on. Tonski just not able to hold it in. Finally, some room to breathe.
I'll kill off about 30 seconds.
Over halfway point two of this overtime. These chances have come out of nowhere. There's another one. As the puck. Neutral zone. Tried to make something happen. Lost it. Antti on the off wing. Tonski and Cutter working at the point. Back over to Cutter. Tonski intercepted by Svana. He'll send it out. And Sunne have survived quite the scare.
Yeah, that's going to be one Setelikerho wants to have back. They didn't really get a whole lot of shots after that first initial power play. Nice job there from Sunne, but their job isn't done.
And Dafo working together here. Ahead, the quick shot blocked down. Kozik with speed, has Timotei, can't hold on to it. There's pass, rocketed into the opposition's hands. Kozik trying to work his way through. Wiped out behind the goal line. Team still in possession. Antti down low to him. Working with Antti. The wraparound again. On forward a few times this overtime. Hit there for Dafo. Cutter looking to lead the way. To the line. Timotei circling. And working them below the goal line. Patience here from Kozik. I cut her back for Timotei. The shot is blocked. We have just over a minute to go in OT1. Lane down low. Out of the point. One timer blocked in front. Counter attack chance here. Kozak able to bounce that one down low. Antti looking. One timer for Timotei. Good block. Also there, another one timer, and Benjamin makes the save. Onto the pro lane. As options, tried the short side. Good save by Yugi. Patience here. Better poke check. Olivera dumps this one in. Hard around. Tonski handled it well, but defense keeps it in, and a bit of contact sends that puck out of play.
Yeah, an 8.7, you would think that there isn't much opportunity for a dangerous chance, but we've seen really quick goals come all of a sudden, and it's an offensive zone face-off for Sunne as well, so they can get a shot or two off here if they play it right.
Shot into the mixer. Knocked out to the half wall. Double overtime coming up here in game number 2. As Major, again, 4 goals apiece, and still somehow through the extra frame, still not enough to win.
Yeah, and I think that the man you're seeing on your screen has a lot to do with why. I mean, how good has Benjamin been in this game number 2? I mean, he has bailed out Sunne on multiple occasions, and for Setelikerho, I think that the big opportunity was that double power play they had. It's kind of hard to say that they had a true 5-on-3. I mean, it was really for about 4 seconds, and then it was right back to the 5-on-4, but still back-to-back power plays in 4 straight minutes with a man advantage, and you aren't able to find that overtime winner. That's a missed opportunity right there, and you see the stats. Setelikerho double the shots, double the time on attack, but yet here they are at a 4-4 game. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one ends up. Kind of like how Sunne felt like they probably should have won in game 1, but Setelikerho were the ones who just kind of capitalized on their opportunities. Right now, we could very well be in a situation where the roles are reversed. So going to be interesting to see what this overtime looks like. The second overtime looks like 4 periods and 4 goals. Neither were enough. Maybe 5 is the magic number.
Double overtime here in game number 2. This is the time where we will find a winner. Puck carried in by Dafa. Tries to throw one towards goal. The defense was able to block. It's Antti and Timotei on the counter, and well, Dafa made up for the mistake. A good interception. Feed up the middle, broken up. And again, trying to find that center lane. Not able to do so. Good hit there. Run it back. Olivera sends it down low. Pro lane. And with Larson here. One timer. Good chance. hit below the goal line. Now Timotei on the counter. Kozik with him, tried the drop pass, gonna go all the way back down to his goalie. I guess in a way, still a drop pass. Kozik Ranti gonna work his way through. Defense stands tall. Orabera over the line. Back point, one-timer, good block by Timotei. Second chance. Prolane just could not pull the trigger on a shot.
Yeah, and I think that that's really going to be something that Sunne are going to look to try to improve on, trying to find those shots as much as they can. You still get the offensive zone face-off, but man, 11 shots to 20, tough, especially when you're in a double overtime where you're allowing double the opportunities to your opponent than what you're getting yourself.
Gonski's pass off the mark, space down the other way. They're forced to hold up. Another pass. Incomplete. Forces the team to reset. There's a shot on. Nice glove save. Couldn't control the rebound. Halfway through this second overtime. Still looking for a winner. Kozik finds Timotei. And the Farzan. Tonski's shot deflects off the skates of a defender. And Tonski able to take it away. Really does have that feeling of just one moment being enough. Neither team really able to find that sustained pressure. Those consistent opportunities.
Been the story of this series, hasn't it?
Kozik not able to find that pass. Good job by Prolane to hold on to it. Drops back. See there, Forabera trying to, read and predict a bit of aggression from Tonski, but wasn't there that time. Leads to the offside.
I mean, like you said, Tugi, it just feels like it's going to just be that one all of a sudden out of nowhere opportunity. I mean, that's where all the goals have kind of come from. I mean, we could see a goal in the next 30 seconds, or we could see a goal in a fourth overtime, and neither would surprise me.
Down low, bouncing puck. Spana has it. Off a shot from the point. Good save. Big rebound, though. Leads to a counterattack here. Timotei. Kozik tries to go across. Defense reading that one-timer pass. On the line, space. Forabera disappeared quickly. On a down low, it was out of his reach. Prolane as well had it, just could not hold on. Immediately swarmed. Over to Timotei. Kozik looking. Ranti down low, quickly gets it back. Short side attempt, stopped by Benjamin. Final minute of overtime, number 2. Tonski in control. Try to go over, gets wiped out by the hip jack. Orabera. Point for Sunne. Looking across off the leg of a defender. Nearly into the back of the net. Alpha has nowhere to go either. Numbers advantage here. They can work quickly enough. There's Tonski on the back of the net. Wanted the wraparound again. Not able to get the attempt off cleanly.
Yeah, you mentioned that was an opportunity for Setelikerho because Dafa was still picking himself up while Setelikerho were already on the counterattack, and it didn't really allow Dafa to get back in position. He more or less just kind of started covering for that high one-timer near the face-off circle. It worked out for Sunne, but man, that was almost really, really dangerous.
High up off the draw. Prolane in control. 5 seconds to go. Antti wants to make something happen. Isn't going to be able to. And well, Major, we thought we were only calling 3 games today, but, well, it's getting to the point now. It's entered like we're calling 4.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you got 3 original periods, and now you're getting the 3 extra periods. So, yeah, we're basically going into a 4th game today. But nevertheless, these two have been pretty much inseparable. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, too. It just feels like this is one of those games, and one of those series in general, that it's going to come down to who can capitalize when that chance is there, because the chances have been just kind of few and far in between, at least the high danger chances. I mean, that second overtime, it really never felt like there was an opportunity from either team where you're like, oh man, that was the winner right there. I mean, it just kind of has been a bit of a stalemate between these two, really. And you're seeing that in the numbers, you're seeing that in the way this game is played out, and again, it's kind of just been the story of the series. When you have the offensive zone time, it's not often that it's a high danger chance that comes from it. It's really on the counterattack and in the transition game and on odd man rushes or created breakaways where a lot of these goals have come from. So it's going to be interesting to see how it happens, considering that both of these teams have really tightened it up so much in this overtime. But man, I mean, it's going to be really something to see how that next goal comes, because I'll be honest with you, I think he gets pretty much any possible way, and I wouldn't doubt it at this point.
Overtime number 3. Is this the time that we will find a winner here in game number 2 of our Light Division Finals? Setelikerho and Sunne IK Esport. Good chance there for Kozik. Sends one across, nobody there. Timotei able to recover. And it's a back, and banked that off the goal. It went all the way through. Unski down low. Oh, check. And sent up along. Rodobera trying to hide some time here. He's got a lot of space. Back from Dafa. Double team pressure. Great effort by Tonski. But a turnover here from Cutter. Hopefully for Setelikerho, a follow-up turnover. Puts them possession right back. Awanti over the line. Looking for space. Wanted the one-timer for Timotei, who has it. Cutter at the point. Shot on. Trouble for Benjamin. But he is able to freeze the puck. Kozik right on the doorstep.
Yeah, you mentioned that shot on, and I can't help but to wonder if potentially that had a bit of a tip in front or was deflected in front. There was some traffic there. Tough one for Benjamin, but he was able to keep this game alive.
Nice outlet up ahead. Rodobera. Anna. Find what they were looking for. Timotei again. Tonski joining the rush with Antti. A shot, they score! A 2-0 series lead. It took triple overtime to get there. But a 5-4 win for Setelikerho in game number 2.
And how about that? We said it. The goal was going to come out of nowhere, and it does. A nice set play from behind the net. Setelikerho doing a nice job there, opening that one up. And it's interesting because we've talked about it being the one-timer so many times, but that time it was a kind of same-handedness on the same side kind of one-time shot from Kozik. And Benjamin, who had been phenomenal all day long, just not able to get to that blocker side quick enough to make that save. A little bit of open net was all Kozik needed. And Setelikerho make the comeback. It's easy to forget because it feels like it was an hour ago. It honestly may have even been an hour ago. Sunne was up 4-2 in this game and looked like they were well on their way to tying the series up. And then Setelikerho get those 2 back-to-back goals. They push it to overtime. We go to a triple overtime, and they end up getting the win and now have a good stranglehold in this series, being up 2-0. Sunne, the pressure shifts on them now in this game 3, being down 2-0 and pretty much in a must-win situation now if they don't want to be in too much trouble heading into tomorrow.
5-4. the final score here in this one, as we will get a look at the goal here. Didn't get all of it one-timer wise, but you can see that potential save animation from Benjamin, just not able to fully seal the post. As we'll see, I'd be a little bit surprised if they wanted to go back through all the goals, but we'll follow along, at least for the moment. Of course, that was the tying goal. Ultimately sent us to overtime. Those two quick goals, like you said, wiping out a 2-goal lead. And a tough position now, certainly, for Sunne to be in. As, you know, granted, the numbers in favor of Setelikerho through that second game, but I don't know if Sunne really would have expected to be down 2-0 in this one, Major.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's so interesting how a series can be shifted, because you could just as easily see Sunne be up 2-0 in the series with how those first two games went. Game one, they had most of the chances, had most of the time on attack. Setelikerho won that game 3-2, and they only had 6 shots. So it kind of goes to, and Sunne had 17. And then you look at game two, Sunne's up 4-2. It's halfway through the third. Things looking good for them. And Setelikerho gets on this run. They tie it up and then get the winner in triple overtime. So, and remember, they had an own goal as well late in the second period. So that's another part of that. It's just really wild how in these series things can shift so drastically with really just a play here and a play there, because Sunne goes from a position to where they could be potentially up 2-0 and having a nice grasp on this series, to now the pressure is on them and their backs are against the wall heading into game number 3.
Well, indeed, game number 3 coming up now in just a matter of moments. Stick with us. We got one more game to cover here, and the question will be a 2-1 series lead or a commanding 3-0 series lead heading into the conclusion of this series tomorrow. Again, we'll find out shortly. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
A chance there early on, and a goal early on. Well, how do you like that? As a stretch pass, space for Timotei, not able to move. Cutter at the point, trying to hold on. He was pinching in. Now Tonski, trouble. One-timer.
Wouldn't have mind seeing the reset to Doffa there, but it doesn't kill Sunne.
Nice move by Sunne. He scores again. In front, glove save for Benjamin. Another example of just not being able to get as much power on that shot as they were looking for. One-timer, they score. Down the other way, Perlane trying to hold on to this one. Centering feed was there. Down low, back in front. It goes all the way to Tonski at the point. One-timer deflection, scores, but it's being waved off. Controversial call there, perhaps. Time will tell. Tonski's shot.
Much different period from what we saw in the first, where both sides were kind of getting their opportunities.
And out of nowhere, the wrapper. In, puck down low again. It's a fun goal. Benjamin forced the cover. Erho over the line. Timotei trying to hold a scramble forward. Ends up on goal and in the back of the nets. It'll be an open. Back to the point. Save second chance. Third opportunity kept out. What an effort by Benjamin. Down low pro lane. Wrap around earlier, they score!
Maybe when the desperation starts to creep in a little bit here with a multiple goal lead.
And Major, they just don't want you to get a word in edgewise, dude. Back to Cutter. On timer, they score! Out of there. Up ahead. Naffa steps in. Save with the blocker. The line now. Sunne just trying to drive towards goal one more time. Defense had it covered. What a stretch pass! Kozik saved by Benjamin! Sunne seem more than content to head to overtime here in game 2. 8 goals between the two teams.
And really the games are being won and lost on quick counterattacks, but yet you wouldn't think it with 4 goals apiece.
Shot taken to the chest and sends it across. For Cutter at the point. One-timer, chest too sharp of an angle. Over halfway point 2 of this overtime. Chances have come out of nowhere. There's another one. Looking one-timer for Timotei. Good block. Also there, another one-timer, and Benjamin makes the save. Second point, one-timer. Good block by Timotei. Second chance. On the point. Good save. Big rebound, though. Leads to a counterattack here. Timotei. Kozik tries to go across. Defense reading. Level 2 of our Lite Division Finals. Setelikerho and Sunne IK Esport. Good chance there for Kozik. A shot, they score!
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, everybody, we are back, and as you can see, Game 3 is just about ready to begin, although it certainly feels like Game 4, if not 5. But a early chance here again, Game 3 of our Lite Division Final, Tier 3 of the ECL ladder. Line Pro and Elite. It has been a highly contested series so far, Major. Although Setelikerho with a 2-0 series lead after those first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of a tug-of-war series, really. I mean, you feel like one team gets the momentum and the other one seems to snatch it back. But it's been Setelikerho, as you mentioned, that have been the ones to get that final knockout blow with a 2-0 series lead. That makes this Game 3 quite the big one. You go up 3-0, you feel great heading into tomorrow. Sunne looking to just try to give themselves a little bit more hope and a little bit of momentum heading into games 4 through 7 on Thursday.
He's over the line. Not for long. Counter attack. Big hit there on Timotei. Certainly feels like a must-win game. Sunne in this one, a 3-0 deficit. They'll win 4 straight games tomorrow. Seems unlikely. Good chance there from Sunne, who has kicked off the scoring a couple of occasions already in the series.
Might not be a good omen for Sunne.
At this point, just tell him, pass the puck a little.
You don't got to be the one to score. We'll let someone else do it.
Yeah, An offside call here. Scramble for the puck. Setelikerho able to come up with it, working their way into the attacking zone, but Sunne able to take it away. Lane carries in. Sunne battling for it. Tonski was able to finally settle it down. Loses it. Shot on and covered. That puck was rolling, and it was nearly 3 for 3 for Sunne.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny because we talked about in game 1 how Sunne getting all the shots, and in game 2 Setelikerho. So far, Sunne already up to 3 shots, and they're really trying to pepper Yugi in net, so maybe we're seeing back to the reverse of what we saw in game 2 and going closer to what we saw in game 1. Just again, back and forth series where the roles just seem to kind of change between these two teams.
Sunne looking for a bit of a controlled breakout here. A quick one-timer, nice blocker save. Up there at the line. Move in here, puck down low after it was blocked, recovered by Antti. Around for Timotei. Try to go back down low. Nice read by Dafa. There's the pass across and another attempted. Nobody home. Hit there. Oh, check. Tonski tries that far side dump in. Timotei has it. Centering feed to Antti. Timotei still there. Antti still there. Back for Tonski, and nervous moments there. They survived the threat.
Yeah, that was dangerous. There was a lot of sliding around in net, too.
As Timotei the drive. That one's covered.
Well, it seems like both sides have been able to kind of open the neutral zone up a little bit. You're seeing a little bit more high-flying action, and both sides kind of testing the other side's defense in their own zone. So maybe we're seeing things open up just a little bit, much different from what we saw in games 1 and 2.
Cycle one-timer for Antti. Second chance, third chance in front. Another flurry of saves for Benjamin.
And we've seen Benjamin do that a few times tonight where he's just stood on his head and stayed tall every time. Setelikerho peppered him with multiple chances at once. Nice job there from him.
A little pressure, a rarity in this series, but Sunne are going to be able to get this one out quickly. Orlabera, he is tired. Major will have you take it away here as we wrap up the end of the period.
Yeah, 31.5 seconds to go. Still tied at 0 as Sunne with a face-off here in the offensive zone. They'll win it back. It's a one-time chance. Nice save there from Yugi. And as we were just talking about for Benjamin on the other side for Sunne, Yugi has made multiple big saves throughout this series. The goaltenders. Two very experienced ones, very much stepping up so far in this series. Another offensive zone face-off. As that one's going to go out of play. And Tugi, back and forth action so far. It seems like the offense has kind of picked up for both sides.
That one didn't just go out of play. That nearly killed the coach on the bench. That thing was flying. 6.8 to go. Nice face-off win. The shot deflects. Another chance. Glove save. And Major, the inconsistencies with this series continues. You never quite know what to expect. 0-0 at the end of one.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a seesaw of a series. It's up and down and twists and turns pretty much every way we go. Game 1 brought us something different. Game 2 brought us the same sort of style of play, but in a much different way. And now Game 3, we're just seeing everything different from what we saw from the first 2 games. So, I mean, inconsistent is probably the best word you could use to describe this series, but yet, despite the shots, despite the chances, still at a 0-0 score because of how good these two goaltenders have been of Yugi and Benjamin. And again, it's just so crazy how much the series has shifted because, again, in game 1, for those that weren't with us, Sunne had 17 shots, Setelikerho had 6, but yet it was Setelikerho that won the game. Game number 2, we have a triple overtime. Sunne's up 4-2. They didn't have a whole lot of shots. They were doubled in time of attack, doubled in shots, but yet Setelikerho got that run. They pushed it to the triple overtime, and they win it there. And now in game 3, it's just both teams are just finding all of the offense in the world after it was just a neutral zone stalemate in the first 2 games. So series that are unpredictable like this are always fun. It always keeps you on your toes. Going to be interesting to see what period 2 brings us. I'm sure it's going to be something that we don't expect. That's the only thing at this point that I think I can guarantee.
Second period is underway. A penalty early on. We go to the Kovalon-Lakritsi power play. It is Tonski heading to the box for this trip here, and early power play opportunity. Sunne.
Yeah, and this is a Sunne team that we've yet to see go on the power play so far in this series. They were only 18% on the power play, surprisingly, despite them being one of the highest scoring teams in the league during the regular season. So the man advantage, not their strength, but they can find it here. Could do them a lot of good.
Rivera holds. Campo low. They go high. Alpha circling. And the pass totally off the mark.
Setelikerho, they're just giving them that outside. They're collapsing right in the middle and just letting Sunne play around with it over at the boards. There's not much threat there to them.
It is broken up by Cutter and cleared out. 30 seconds left on the power play. Sunne didn't really show their teeth on the man advantage. As we are back to 5-on-5. Big time missed opportunity. Shot there from Svana, kept out. As a nice shot is blocked. A second chance. Nice interception by Antti. They are able to win it back. It's a big stretch pass. Antti out of nowhere. Flying poke check from Benjamin. Keeps it out. Another close call. The Setelikerho power, I was going to say after the power play, Sunne, the counterattack. Nearly deadly once again.
Yeah, that's been the one consistent part of the series. The counterattacks for both sides have been strong, and that was another given up breakaway, but Benjamin able to bail out Sunne on that play.
Sunne back in control. For a bit of space here, puck down low. Another pass to the point that's off the mark. Over the line, they are onside here and can't maintain possession. Patience in the corner, back towards the slot for Tonski for a follow-up pass. They know where to go. I mean, good zone time. There's just not much out of it at that stage. And a penalty called here. Second time in this frame that Tonski is heading to the box. And now's the time for this Sunne power play to get going.
Yeah, and I mean, on that first power play, they had a whole lot of nothing, really. And I mean that not in a disrespectful way, but they were just kind of playing around with it on the outside. And Setelikerho, they were plenty fine, just kind of collapsing in that slot area, letting them move it around the outside. And Sunne didn't really make them move or spread out at all defensively. They kind of just camped where they were, and Sunne really didn't have any answers for it. And so far early in this power play, not a whole lot different.
As another penalty coming up, it's going to be Antti heading to the box to the right side. Setelikerho to the box. Well, Mage, if it was time for Sunne IK Esport to get the power play going, it's past due. They need a goal here.
Yeah, this has to happen now. 5-on-3, and you've got it for well over a minute. You have got to score, at least threaten scoring. You've got to do something positive for yourselves offensively. If you can't do it on a 5-on-3, that's going to spell a lot of trouble, and it's going to be a missed opportunity.
Here, one timer, good look. At the target, second chance, good save. Much better looks here. Granted, more space to work with. Short side attempt. Sunne can't hold. Ozik tries to chip out. That was tremendously well done. Great patience. 10 seconds left. The 5-on-3, shot on, stopped. Ozik again able to dump that one out. Just 30 seconds left. Down to 5-on-4. One timer just off the skates in front. Another shot towards goal. Rebound was there. What a chance for Pro Lane, but no goal.
Great power play from Sunne, and you mentioned it, having that extra man off, you could tell that did them a world of good. They were able to move the puck around. It didn't allow Setelikerho to really do that 4-man box that they had in the slot, and it let Sunne kind of work it around a little bit. Some huge saves from Yugi, and then it feels like that 5-on-3 kind of gave them a jolt on the 5-on-4. It had a nice cycle going, got some good chances, were able to spread that defense out a little bit. But the man between the pipes stood in their way, and Yugi stopped that opportunity. And not only that, but Setelikerho calling the timeout to kill off what would have been full pressure.
One-timer, they score. Finally finding the breakthrough. Sunne strikes first in game 3.
Finally had some shades of the rock there from you, Doogie, but boy, what a goal from Sunne. We keep talking about how the goals in the series have just been out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, that's the first time we've seen a goal right off of a face-off play, and it's a nicely executed play. Win it up to the point, get into that off man over at the wing. There's no one defending him because it was still the power play, 5 seconds left on it. So you have your right winger just sitting there all alone in Pro Lane, beats Yugi on that right glove hand side, and he's able to get it in, and that's a power play goal for Sunne as well because of how quick it was. As you mentioned, finally, almost halfway through the second period, and we get our first goal of game 3.
Mentioned the rock, the power play goal attempt. That was the final pause for Sunne to clear, and they finally did. The back of the net has finally been found here in game 3. It took 13 shots on goal. Sunne to find that tiebreaker, their first goal in a long time. And back to when they had a 4-2 lead in game number 2. Well, now they have a 2-0 lead here in game number 3. As it's 2-0.
And remember, they were in this situation in game 2 also, and you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, but Sunne really looking strong right now. It feels like those back-to-back penalties for Setelikerho that ended up being actually back-to-back-to-back penalties. Now I think about it, they took a total of 3. That has really changed this game in favor of Sunne. They had the advantage in 5-on-5. They were able to capitalize on the power play, and now all the momentum is in their way. But this next 3.5 minutes going to be big. We've seen Setelikerho get a late goal before with that own goal. Still some time for them to do so again here late in the second period.
Another big save by Benjamin. Here in the closing moments of this second period. Two and a half minutes to go. Again, Sunne trying to fight their way back into the series. Nobody wants to face a 3-0 deficit. Getting into a second match day of action, which again will be coming up right here on this very channel tomorrow. The conclusion of this series, regardless of how long the series goes, we'll have the action for you here. Question we're trying to find out now that will be answered shortly. What will that series scoreline be? Final opportunity here. Setelikerho not able to find their way through. It'll be a 2-0 lead. Sunne after the second period. Major, like you said, familiar territory for them. This time, though, they need to take advantage.
Yeah, this isn't a 2-0 lead you can afford to drop. I mean, if you're Sunne, you gotta feel like this is where you need to be. It's where you want to be, but you have to be able to hold on to it. You have to be able to stay strong. And, you know, luckily for them, they have a goalie behind them in Benjamin who has been really, really strong throughout this series. But really, it's been the counterattacks from Setelikerho that have really killed them so far in this series. And even though Setelikerho only have 5 shots, those quick counterattack opportunities, those transition opportunities can come at any point. With one mistake, with one slip up positionally, that's all it takes for this to go from 2-0 to 2-1 or potentially 2-2. We saw that in game 1. We saw that in game 2. So for Sunne, you got to stay on your heels. You have to stay disciplined, but you got to feel good about where they are. While for Setelikerho, even though the offense hasn't been there, it's been their mistakes on the defensive side that leave them in the position that they're in. The 3 penalties in a row really killed them. It led to that power play goal for Sunne, and it feels like ever since then, all the momentum has gone to the team in blue, and it feels like Setelikerho are just searching for a punchback or searching for an answer to try to respond to the momentum that Sunne have gathered here in this third period.
Here we go. This third period is underway. Setelikerho looking to secure a 3-0 series lead, but they would have to battle back in this one. 2-goal deficit hasn't stopped them in the first 2 games of the series. A low shot on goal total has not stopped them in previous games in this series. All about adapting as a series goes on, though. Sunne to prove that they can hold down a lead and win a game.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about adapting. This is one of the few series to where it feels like we've seen some adapting from both sides, but yet the game itself hasn't really changed. It's just kind of changed hands in terms of who is doing what. But the story of the game has kind of all been the same for the most part. And boy, we talk about Sunne needing to hold on to this lead. That mistake right there, that's not going to help their cause. Setelikerho going to go on the power play.
Indeed, for the first time in this game, and that is exactly what they needed at this point in time. Tremendous opportunity here. Battle back into this game, see if they can take advantage of the mistake. Work off the draw, the shot. Not as much power on it as he was hoping. Puck is not cleared. He feed in front, the extra pass. I thought he could have fired one on there. How do you say that? Puck in the corner. Back to the point. Onsky, the one-timer, tremendous stop and cover by Benjamin at the midway point of the power play.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut in. I agree with you, Tsugi. I thought he could have put that shot on, but it didn't hurt Setelikerho too much. Got a couple of really good opportunities there not too long after, but we've talked about Benjamin all night long, how good he has been standing tall in net for the Sunne team, and he does so again there with a couple of nice saves on some strong one-timers. We've seen Setelikerho be dangerous with those one-time plays, but the goaltending just a little bit too strong for him on that one. Sunne's going to have to try to get out of the zone, though, quickly. You saw they had to call the timeout to kind of get their stamina back and to kill off what would have been full pressure. The longer they let this go, the more they're playing with fire.
Off face off, Sunne do have control, unable to clear on the initial attempt, but they made the most of it. Lane will send it around. 5 seconds left on this man advantage. Cutter stepping in. Timotei Tonski, the one-timer for Antti. Good save. And we are back to 5-on-5 hockey, but here's Pro Lane stepping up. Sunne tries the short side. Poke away. Got to go back to the point. It goes all the way down. And in fairness, if you're Sunne at this point, hey, killing time off the clock. You'll take it.
Yeah, and I think this is where you start kind of valuing like resets and things of that nature, especially in a situation like that where you're struggling across the blue line, but they made it work.
Lane tried to go in front, broken up. The step-in one-timer to keep the puck alive. Has possession, the shot. His own man in front. Oliveira still fighting for it. Gets it once again. Good bit of zone time. Kills a couple more minutes off the clock here. Okay. Kozak still in control. Tried the short side, and it sneaks across the line. He strikes again. We have a 1-goal game, and all of a sudden, Sunne IK, you are sweating a little bit. The lead's down to 1. Would have counted as an own goal as well with the replay skip. Now with 9 minutes left, we have ourselves a game here. Mate, good patience here. Down the back of the net. Bank off the back. Try and find some space. Couldn't do it. Setelikerho, the short side shot yet again. You can almost see the confidence. With that extra aggression. Getting that zone time. 7 minutes left in regulation. And a penalty is called. Hanski to the box for the 3rd time in this game as he gets dinged for charging.
Yeah, and there's no question about that one. A few strides before trying to nail that Sunne skater over at the boards. And, you know, I get it. You're trying to make a play. You talked about the confidence leading to the aggression, but you have to be able to manage it. There's a fine line that you have to toe. And that's a critical penalty. It kills off that momentum that Setelikerho had and puts Sunne on the power play with a 1-goal lead and kills off 2 critical minutes late in this game.
Shot on goal. Yogi does a good job to track that one. Tremendous opportunity here to get that 2-goal lead back intact.
Yeah, and if I'm Sunne, I'm not just comfortable with playing around with the puck and cycling it. I'm looking for that goal. You need to get it here.
Movement here. Shot opportunity they're going to look for. The one-timer at the point. There was an open side. Save made nonetheless.
Yeah, you thought maybe that one-timer could have been fired off over to that right side for Sunne. Has some space, but just weren't able to get it to it.
Keeping this puck in. 45 seconds left on the man advantage. Full pressure. The one-timer, big glove save. 29 seconds left.
And full pressure for Sunne as well. And remember, Setelikerho called their timeout earlier during those 3 straight penalties, so they're just going to have to try to get this one out of the zone.
Draw. Still in control. One-timer, another save. As Yugi doing everything he can to keep his team within striking distance.
Yeah, and if they can somehow find that tying goal, Yugi's going to have a lot to do with it. He has been phenomenal so far on this kill, with Setelikerho not able to get out of the zone.
Full pressure is still on, but the penalty is over. 4.5 minutes to go. Back to 5-on-5 in what is still a 1-goal game.
And right there, I think, is when Sunne should have reset. They're just kind of running into a wall on that blue line. It led to the turnover.
Good block there. Sunne again weren't able to hold on to a lead in game 2. What a chance there. Ultimately cost them in triple overtime. They're 2 minutes away here, but that's still a lot of time as Hanski takes the puck away. Pass a little bit off the mark. Setelikerho have to be aggressive here, and they are. They win it back below the goal line. Back to the point. Hanski. Oranti. Hanski again. Passes it in open space. His intended target wasn't there. Antti recovers. Stepping into traffic. Svana does well. Loose puck. Now 40 seconds, this one out of the zone. Clock ticks down towards 30 seconds remaining.
You look at Yugi, does he think about pulling here soon if they can get this puck back?
Onsky misses the bit of contact, taken to the corner. Libero tried to hold. 17 seconds now, over the line, taken away. Sunne back into the attacking zone. Svana can't get a shot off, but 8 seconds left. One more chance. What a play by Forabera. And that will seal the deal. Sunne IK Esport very much alive in this series, heading into the conclusion tomorrow night.
Well, we said it, Tugi. This one felt like a must-win for Sunne. Dropping game 1, dropping game 2 in triple overtime, down 2-0 in this series. It just felt like they were going to have to win this game 3 to have a realistic shot at tomorrow. Now, granted, we've seen 3-0 comebacks before. We've seen it plenty of times in our time covering all of these ECL divisions, but it's such a tall task to ask of a team. Sunne did not want to have to climb that tall of a mountain tomorrow, winning 4 games in a row. Now they make the job a little bit easier. Still a massive game 4 that they're going to have to start out with tomorrow night, but nevertheless, they make their job a little bit easier, get a win in this series. They play well, probably their best of the 3 games, and Setelikerho, outside of that one, which again, as you mentioned earlier, was an own goal where Benjamin had it in between his pads, just wasn't able to keep it from trickling past the red line. Setelikerho didn't really have a whole lot in this game. Took some really critical penalties, probably was their worst defensive game, I would say, of the 3. Sunne, despite being down the series, have some positive momentum heading into tomorrow night.
Result that they needed to battle back a 2-1 victory in this game, which, funny enough, is now the scoreline. Setelikerho, as they drop game 3, still in control of this series, but a lot more to think about after. I mean, do we call it the weakest game of the series? I mean, game number 1, they really struggled to generate offense, but made the most of those chances. But this game, I don't know, it just felt like they struggled that much more. I'd say primarily, Major, because of the penalty issues.
Yeah, I think the penalties were really the biggest difference. And, you know, we talked about it. Sunne hadn't had, wow, that is, boy, as close as it gets. But nevertheless, you know, you mentioned the penalties. Sunne hadn't been on the power play whatsoever in the first 2 games of this series. And Setelikerho, despite only having 6 shots in game number 1, were able to win that game just because they were able to limit the mistakes. They were able to, even though they didn't have great offense, they were opportunistic with some of those counterattacking opportunities. And again, even though Sunne did have that offensive generation, the offensive zone, they didn't necessarily put themselves in compromising positions. There weren't a lot of those counterattacks from Sunne. A lot of it was just working it around the offensive end and just putting it on net. This game felt a lot different just because a lot of what Setelikerho got themselves into was from their own mistakes. I'm not saying Sunne didn't earn it, to be clear, but Sunne were pretty much exactly where they were in game number 1 until those power play opportunities came. And then once they got that one power play goal, that's when things really opened up. They got the next goal just a couple of minutes after, and Setelikerho, a team that was already struggling in this game offensively, similarly to how they struggled in game 1, never were able to recover from it. They never got that run. And give Sunne their credit as well. They limited Setelikerho from getting those counterattacking opportunities. We didn't see those breakaways. We didn't see that long stretch pass work. We didn't see those odd man rushes. Really, I think both sides, it was really an opposite of game 1. Sunne corrected the things that they did wrong, while Setelikerho, the things they were doing right in that game, they did wrong in game 3. So I'd have to agree with you. Even despite the stats, I would say that was probably their worst game of the series. While for Sunne, I think you could argue that was their best performance of the series, and what better time for it to come, being down 2-0 and being able to make things pretty interesting heading into tomorrow.
Well, you mentioned it. Tomorrow is the conclusion of this series. At the very least, we'll have 2 games, that being 4 and 5. But if it goes the distance, we'll be here to cover it all. So again, the conclusion of this series right here on broadcast tomorrow. Make sure to tune in for that. And of course, we have more action coming up on Sunday, and all of it leading, of course, to our Elite Division Finals at Assembly in Helsinki. But for now, that will do it for this presentation of the ECL postseason. Of course, our light division final again wraps up tomorrow. Again, a 2-1 deficit. What's going to happen? It's been a tight series. Again, got to tune in tomorrow to find out. So again, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll catch you then.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Kind of see how the game and the series develops over time. At game one, as you mentioned, it's not everything, but it can be important to setting the things so far to counter with. So we talked about setting that momentum early in the series and trying to kind of establish your game style. Sunne right now.
4 minutes to go here in the first period. Sports goal bounces back. It's wiped out by Tonski. 4 seconds. Monty to work, tries to go across. A good interception for Sunne to kick off the scoring. They might not be done. Foyebear, a great chance. It's below the goal line. Okay, back to the point. Out of the one-timer for Auntie, and there is their first shot. As Auntie holds up, goes across. From the point, they score.
Nice job and a better job of not forcing it forward. They passed it back, used that quick passing play, got to the point. Just like we were talking about before that play, shots on net.
The centering feed, they score.
Offensive threat plays forward along with defense, and he's someone that you got to look out for and account for on the offensive end. And as you see, Setelikerho learning the hard way why that.
Line, quick strip of luck. Held up, the slap shot from the point, ended up on goal. Not able to gain the line, and they have a little bit of trouble here for Rivera. The shot and a big glove save. Right off the one-timer, big save again. Here we go. Space on the counterattack, and with speed, the feed in front, they score.
That was a really quick 3-on-2. One from Sunne, looking like they had a really good offensive possession and even got a shot off with that one-timer from the point, but
Akrotonski throws one on, deflected, and the traffic wraparound is rejected. Yeah, look for Timotei. He's onside, and he scores! Recovering for him on the backtrack, but here's Timotei centering feed, and that one kept out. Both goaltenders doing their best to keep this scoreline intact. Cover. With the one-timer, wide second chance. Hey, Foyebear hits the outside of the post. One more chance, and that will do it. Finally, a chance there early on, and a goal early on. Well, how do you like that? As a stretch pass, space for Timotei, not able to remove. There's Mike at the point, trying to hold on. He was pitching in. Now Tonski, trouble. One-timer.
When the 19, the reset to Doffa there, but it doesn't kill Sunne.
He's moved by Sunne. He scores again. In front, glove save for Benjamin. Another example of just not being able to get as much power on that shot as they were looking for. One-timer, they score. Space down the other way. Perlane trying to hold on. This one centering feed was there. Down low, back in front, goes over to Tonski at the point. One-timer deflection, scores. But it's being waved off. Controversial call there, perhaps. Time will tell. Tonski's shot.
A much different period from what we saw in the first, where both sides were kind of getting their opportunities.
And out of nowhere, the wrap. Down low again. Benjamin over the line. Timotei trying to hold a scramble forward, ends up on goal and in the back of the nets. It'll be an old back to the point. Save, second chance, third opportunity kept out. What an effort by Benjamin. Down low to pro lane. Wrap around earlier, they score.
Maybe when the desperation starts to creep in a little bit here with a multiple goal lead.
And Major, they just don't want you to get a word in edgewise, dude. Back cutter. One timer, they score. Out of option there. Anna up ahead. Daffa steps in. Save with the blocker. The line now. Anna just trying to drive towards goal one more time. Defense had it covered. What a stretch pass! Kozik saved by Benjamin! And Sunne seem more than content to head to overtime here in game 2. 8 goals between the two teams.
And really the games are being won and lost on quick counterattacks, but yet you wouldn't think it with 4 goals apiece.
Shot taken to the chest and sends it across. Cutter at the point. One timer, just too sharp of an angle. Halfway point to it was overtime. Chances have come out of nowhere. There's another one. Looking one timer for Timotei. Good block. So there another one timer, and Benjamin makes the save. Point one timer, good block by Timotei. Second chance. On the point, good save. Big rebound though, leads to a counterattack here. Timotei. Kozik tries to go across. Defense reading at 2 of our Light Division Finals. Setelikerho and Sunne IK Esport. Good chance there for Kozik. A shot, they score! He is just about ready to begin, although it certainly feels like game 4, if not 5. A early chance to win 4 straight games tomorrow. Seems unlikely. Good chance there. Svana carries in. Svana battling for it. Tonski was able to finally settle down. Loses it. Shot on and covered.
Danger. There was a lot of sliding around in that too.
Timotei the drive. Looks covered. One timer for Ozzy, second chance, third chance in front. Quick stretch pass, Auntie out of nowhere. Flying poke check from Benjamin. Here, one timer, good look. Target, second chance, good save. Tremendously well done, great patience. 10 seconds left. 5-on-3, shot on, stopped. One timer just off the skates in front. Shot towards goal. Rebound was there. What a chance. One timer, they score. First goal in a long time. Back to when they had a 4-2 lead in game number 2. Well, now they have a 2-0.
Now all the momentum is in their way, but this next 3.5 minutes going to be big. We've seen Setelikerho get a leg.
Buck in the corner. Back to the point. The one-timer trip. Stepping in. Tonski, the one-timer for Auntie. Good save. Next roll try short side, and it sneaks across the line. Seconds left on the man advantage. Full pressure, the one-timer, big glove save. Sunne again weren't able to hold on to a lead in game 2. What a chance there. That will seal the deal. Sunne IK Esport very much alive in this series, heading into
money, baby. money, baby.